All jurors back.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and continue with our presentation of the state's case. So, summarize jurors first, please.
All jurors present, count for.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, Ms. Levy, you may continue, madam.
Detective Belt now. I'm going to give this back to you.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
And just as soon as we start back sharing, when we left off, I was about to ask you about clothing and attire, specifically examples of gang wear that you have experienced and seen during your time as a gang investigator.
Yes, ma'am.
And as you had spoken about tagging prior to going to lunch, as we get that straight, you talked about tagging before we went to lunch. How is it that you're able to discern specific paintings or markings that you see on the sidewalk or on the side of buildings as gang-related graffiti versus something else?
Sure. So I've certainly been trained on this over the years. I now actually teach about gang graffiti and recognizing gang graffiti versus tagging of another kind. And in most cases, the way I explain it is gangs tagging is usually not as subtle as other types of tagging. Gangs generally want the tagging to be clear as to what it is, and this photo that we were using as an example of rock gang tagging, as you can see, ROC is spelled out very clearly. They've got very clearly the red 5-point star. It says blood down at the bottom, and it also says, excuse the language, fuck Crip. None of those things are masked or hidden in that meeting, and most gang graffiti is of this type. There are really two things that I look for to determine whether something is potentially going to be gang graffiti, and one is the content, which, as I've said, is usually fairly clear. But what does the graffiti actually say, or what is it actually an image of? Is it an image or, bless you, is it an image or language directly related to a specific gang? The other is the context. Where is it? Gangs typically tag their own territory to assert their dominance or their control over a particular area, or they may potentially tag in a rival's territory in order to disrespect the rival gang, which can sometimes begin a violent back and forth. While gangs could potentially tag in other areas, usually that's what we're going to see. So I regularly get sent pictures of graffiti to review for possible gang affiliation. That's sort of the first two filters that I put it through. And generally, we're able to discern what it is using that technique.
Now, the area that is depicted on the screen, currently labeled gang tagging, you said that it's generally in an area occupied by a gang. And this particular area...
Objection to repeating the direct.
Overruled.
Would you please tell the jury what area it is that is depicted in this particular image?
This intersection is the intersection of Mount Zion Road and Hable Road, which is in that Cleveland Avenue corridor.
Now, when we're talking about gang clothing, if we can go to the next slide.
I've collected it.
Okay. As we're talking about gang clothing, looking at the slide here now, would you tell the jury what it is that you've seen during your time as an investigator and the significance that it holds for you?
So we began seeing rock crew gang members wearing these particular shirts that they had made. Obviously, it says very large on the front of it, it says, "So what, we blooded." And this was the first really public statement that I recall for one of our local gangs making this big, bold statement that they were associated with a national or traditional gang. And they were wearing these obviously quite publicly. You'll notice on the back of it, it says Red Cartel and Creek City Records and Rock Gang. Those three crews that I mentioned earlier. And the words, "So What We Blooded," there's actually also the title of a song that was published by some members of Red Cartel as well about their blood gang affiliation.
Is there significance to the fact that there's this abundance of red on both shirts?
There is, and actually this is the front and back of one shirt. I want to make sure that's clear. But the shirt is obviously in red. That color is associated with Bloods street gangs, or gangs that associate with the Bloods.
Now, you mentioned that that was a song that was published by a member of Red Cartel. Is Red Cartel a record label?
I don't believe Red Cartel was ever actually a record label, but I don't know that for sure.
Was Red Cartel a criminal street gang?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, is being a rapper or a performer and being a criminal street gang member, are those two mutually exclusive?
They're not mutually exclusive.
So you can be both?
You certainly could be.
You go to the next one. Yes. You've talked about the types of activity that you've seen or that Raised on Cleveland engaged in. Did this activity remain confined to strictly the Cleveland Avenue area of Atlanta?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Would you tell the jury a little bit about how it touched other parts of the county?
So there were certainly other crimes that rock crew members were suspected of. One of them, actually two of the more notable ones that we investigated early on in our working of this gang, one was ATM theft.
Objection. What's the basis? Mr. Sharp?
Your Honor, under 704.
Okay, I got it.
Discussion.
I got it. I'm going to overrule your objection, sir.
Your Honor, this is about people not on trial, I would object to that.
Now, these are incidents that have, these are personal experiences as well as experiences that Detective Belknap is
Your Honor, I
aware
object to
of.
speaking objection.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
You may continue.
One of those crimes was ATM thefts. Members were suspected and in some cases arrested and prosecuted for stealing ATM machines all around the metro Atlanta area. Some members were also engaged in armored car robberies. They were robbing the operators of armored cars in several places around the metro area. Their narcotics trafficking and sales were predominantly in the Cleveland Avenue corridor, in that turf or that territory. But some of their aggravated assaults, some of their shootings, and even some of their homicides were in other parts of the city.
Was there a particular person who was known to be the head of Rock Crew?
Yeah, the leader, the head of Rock Crew was Quentin Porter, who they called Big Boo.
Now, did Rock Crew remain a single unit or a sort of singular gang, or did it transition into something different?
So we saw a change in Rock Crew around 2012 into 2013, away from using the name Rock Crew, and we started seeing other things pop up in that area.
Do you know, or are you aware of what it was that happened before that precipitated that change, or that may have contributed to it, based on your experiences?
There were, I would say, two.
Your Honor, based on confrontation clause in the physical testimony.
Overruled.
Without speaking about words someone else said specifically, just generally the things that occurred.
Okay, I'll do my best to abide by that. There were really, I would say, maybe three things that we observed that coincided with this change or this shift that appeared to have some influence on this change. One was law enforcement attention on Rock Crew. They had been obviously responsible, as I've mentioned, for a number of high-profile crimes, and the Atlanta Police Department, along with federal partners, including the FBI and the U.S. Marshals, had conducted multiple investigations that led to many arrests of Rock Crew members. And at that point, quite a number of them were in jail, at the very least, what we were told in some of our interviews.
Here's the anti-confrontation clause.
Without getting into...
Yeah, well, I'll sustain the objection as to that. You can rephrase it.
Okay.
Okay. Law enforcement was paying a lot of attention to Rock Crew, leading to the arrest and incarceration of many members. Another thing that occurred was this next piece. I don't know if I can say without it being...
Okay. Let me ask you the question then.
Okay.
Did you all ever conduct any wiretaps that involved Rock Crew?
We did.
And during the listening to and reviewing of those wiretaps, did you all observe or hear members of Rock Crew talking to one another?
We did.
Foundation.
Would you tell the jury what it was?
I sustain as to form. As to form. You can rephrase.
Would you tell the jury what it was that led to you all having a wiretap on Rock Crew?
Overruled.
In 2011, there was a 30-deep gang member who was being prosecuted in a murder trial here in Fulton County. One of the witnesses in that case had an intent...
May we approach? This has nothing to do
Mr. Steele?
with Mr.
Mr. Steele?
Yeah.
Don't do that. You can approach. Battery is. This one is. All right, those are the... All right, stop where you are.
All right, thanks for you. Now report. All right.
Can't hear Mr. Steele. Oh.
Yes, Vice Chairman.
Okay, the objection is overruled, and I note a continued objection for the record.
So Detective Belknap, one second. On that wiretap, were you all able to observe or overhear interactions between members of Rock Group?
We were.
And were those, were one of those members Quentin Porter or Big Blue?
It was.
And who was the other member?
There were other members for sure involved in those conversations, but the target telephone was Timothy Thomas.
Did you observe it or overhear, or did you all detect or identify or discover a telephone call between Quentin Porter and Trontavia Stevens?
Not during the wiretap, no ma'am.
Okay. At what point did you all learn of a conversation between Quentin Porter and Trontavia Stevens?
That was during an investigation of a separate incident that coincided with and was picked up on our wiretap.
During that time, did anything happen to Trontavia Stevens?
Objection. Form and vagueness of time.
I'll overrule the objection.
Something or anything that you all found significant in terms of what happened with Rock Group and its members thereafter?
So Mr. Stevens was suspected of committing an armed robbery on Cleveland Avenue of Javoris Crittenden, who at the time was an NBA basketball player. And after that time, during our investigation, Mr. Crittenden was accused and later convicted of shooting at Mr. Stevens and shooting and killing an innocent third party.
Did the shooting occur in close temporal proximity with the call from Quentin Porter to Mr. Stevens?
It did, to my knowledge, yes.
Okay. What other events occurred during that time that coincided with the split or eventual change in the structure of Rock Group?
Around this time on social media, there was also posted a picture.
Your Honor, we're not talking about a statement out-of-court statement being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. We're talking about an observation
I will rule the objection.
on social media.
I will rule the objection, Mr. Steele.
A picture of a page that came from a discovery package from an Atlanta Police Department homicide investigation was published to social media. In the picture that was posted to social media, the investigative summary stated that Mr. Porter had given the statement.
Actually, investigated somewhere, and objection,
Ivy, you gotta speak
competition
up.
laws,
Bless you.
foundation.
All right. That's your objection? Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, as to what was in the report that was posted to social media, again, we are not offering it for any truth of the matter asserted, and we can actually get through this testimony without.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection. That was your objection. What was your objection, Mr. Harvey? I didn't deal with that, sir.
Testifying about an investigative summary that is indeed hearsay. And if it's not being offered for the truth, then it has no relevance under 401. It's more prejudicial than under 403. And I would ask you to give a cautionary 105 instruction to say this testimony is not offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor,
And I object to arguing these. We have come to the bench for the defense objection. I think we should come to the bench for the argument on our objection.
Okay, since you made the objection, Mr. Harvey, come on up.
Love, I can't hear you.
Okay, I sustain the objection.
Detective Belknap, without speaking specifically about the content of the report, were there members of Rock Group, or were there persons who were sort of put on blast?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And In the gang culture, can you tell the jury whether it is unusual or if it is often that things of that nature, homicide reports or investigative reports, parts of it are put up on social media?
With increasing frequency, yes, we are seeing that.
And what is the purpose of that generally as it relates to the gang?
Objection goes to other person's speculation.
Overruled.
And go ahead. What is the purpose of that as it relates to gang culture and law enforcement investigations?
Currently, what is probably our greatest challenge in investigating street gangs is witness tampering. And this activity has been a significant part of that, where potential witnesses or victims that are cooperating with police can be outed on social media to a large number of people in a very short amount of time, thereby making it very difficult to get people to testify, to report crimes, and to be witnesses in crimes.
What was it that you observed or that law enforcement observed as it relates to the structure of Rock Crew shortly after these events?
Well, essentially, Rock Crew, as we had seen it, nearly disappeared from Cleveland Avenue. We didn't see that name in use anymore, and we didn't see the same activity centered around that set of identifiers happening on Cleveland Avenue.
What was it that you saw in its place?
Starting in 2013 and going into mid-2013, we started getting reports, 911 calls for service from a variety of people in the Cleveland Avenue area. From
A surrogate confrontation clause.
Overruled, Mr. Steele. Overruled, sir.
Go ahead.
we received calls from several of the schools in the area, as well as some parents in the area, and the general reporting.
Your Honor, objection. This is exactly what violating your order. Yes, sir.
Come up here, Mr. Short. All right, stop right here.
Mr. Sharp, I can't hear you. We just-
Detective Belknap, in what context did you start to hear? Did you learn of sort of an evolution from rock crew?
One of the earliest places we saw that was from reporting of incidents within the community.
Okay. And
Hold on one second. If you have a device that is a camera with a shutter or anything else that is making noise, please put it on manner mode. I told you that yesterday, or I'm going to have it removed. I apologize to all of you. Go ahead, sir.
And what words were you hearing coming from these sources?
They were reporting that the activity was related to a group called Slime Gang.
Okay. And are these coming from adults, from schools, from middle age, from high
Actually,
school?
speculation, confrontation clause, hearsay.
I'm going to sustain it as to one of the bases, form, and so you can rephrase that, okay?
Yes, sir. Are these reports coming into the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they coming in through civilians?
Yes.
Objection, speculation.
Not quite.
And
Overruled right for now.
are they related, the reports that call your attention to this slime, are they related to adults, or are they related to children, or what?
Objection,
Basis.
going back to your order.
No.
Compound question.
Well, the form of the question. I'll state as the form of the question.
What is the age group of the persons that these reports are related to?
We were receiving reports.
Hold on. I'm going to sustain the objection as to form.
Good, just a judge.
That was Mr. Steele. Let me ask a question, Ms. Love. Why were you getting these calls, Detective Belknap?
We were getting these calls because citizens in the community were reporting criminal activity related to this slime gang.
Were these reports coming from the schools?
Where were the reports coming from?
Some of
Sustain
them,
as to form.
yes, sir. So some of the reports were coming from the local schools, from South Atlanta High School, Crawford Long Middle School. Other reports were coming from parents within the community reporting incidents involving their children.
Thank you. Did APD's investigation, or did APD begin investigating any particular groups as it related to those reports?
We did.
What was the group?
What we began to discover was activity by a group calling themselves Young Slime Life.
So, what are you able to tell the jury about the group called Young Slime Life?
Through investigation, we discovered that the gang was formed in late 2012. We've identified over 100 members and associates as of the present time. They were based in the same area as the previous rock crew, and in fact, what we discovered was many of the members now claiming to be YSL actually had previously claimed to be members of rock crew.
Right. Now, did this group called Young Slime Life, did it consist of 3 or more members?
It did.
Would you tell the jury whether or not there were any other indicators about this group that would qualify it as a criminal street gang?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
It's beyond the ken, it's not beyond the ken, excuse me, of the jury.
All right, overruled.
I believe we can advance the slide. We have a demonstrative. What we observed was that the group had a common name, which was Young Slime Life. Among the symbols that they used included wearing red bandanas, but also we saw the use of green bandanas. They used expressions like the word slat, which we discovered stood for slime life all the time, and they used that word slime in a variety of different ways. We saw people tattooing certain identifiers on their person, including the letters YSL, the phrase slime life, and also using 5-point stars and red accents in some of those tattoos. Graffiti was similar identifiers, but seeing that tagged in the community. Their attire, again, using those gang flags or gang bandanas in red or green colors, and also custom clothing around the idea of slime. And we also saw them using other distinguishing characteristics, like using snakes, lizards, including emojis of snakes on social media. Some members referred to the group as Rudy Gang. That refers to a gang member who was shot and killed in 2016, and his nickname was Rudy. And we also saw them using other blood gang identifiers, specifically often those associated with the Sex Money Murder Bloods.
Were there any crimes that you observed or that were investigated that were committed by members of Young Slime Life in furtherance of the group itself?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you talk to the jury a little bit about those types of crimes and the types of crimes that were investigated?
Your Honor, I have the same objection as to the relevant to Mr. Williams and Ward 3.
All right,
And confrontation clause.
I'm over the objections.
You may talk about it.
So as we've discussed already, and what we saw as continuing activity was predominantly narcotic sales in the Cleveland Avenue area, the narcotic sales and distribution. We also saw armed robberies, we saw shootings, we've seen murders, auto thefts, burglaries. We did see some ATM thefts and other things of that nature.
Now, were there any other groups that you found to be associated with Young Slime Life?
As Rock Crew had an association with 30 Deep, we found that YSL also had an association with 30 Deep.
And were there any rival groups of YSL?
Well, they were not initially rivals. During the course of our investigation, we discovered a rivalry between Young Slime Life and the Inglewood Family Gangster Bloods. There are three gangs in Atlanta that are associated with the Inglewood Family Gangster Bloods specifically. Those are ABG, which is Atlanta Blood Gang or Anybody Get It, the Haiti Gang, and also Bird Gang.
Are you familiar with the record label called Young Stoner Life?
I am.
Is that the same entity that you are referring to when you say Young Slime Life?
No, it's not.
Would you tell the jury the distinction, please?
So Young Stoner Life is a Georgia corporation that was, I believe, incorporated in July of 2014 as a music publishing arm. When I refer to YSL, what I'm referring to is Young Slime Life, the gang that we investigated for these activities that we've discussed.
Now, let me talk a little bit about artists, music artists in the city of Atlanta and Fulton County. Are you familiar with Jeffrey Williams?
I am.
Is he the only artist or musical artist in Fulton County?
No, ma'am.
Now, are there other artists that in their music talk about illegal gun sales or illegal drugs or anything like that that the Atlanta Police Department is aware of?
I'll sustain the objection. You can rephrase or lay more foundation.
Has the Atlanta Police Department ever investigated anyone because of something that they wrote, music-wise?
This is inappropriate. I object to relevance.
I'll overrule the objection.
I don't honestly feel like I can speak for the police department and its history
Let me
in
just talk
that
about you
question.
on that.
Okay.
All right. So, as it relates to a musical artist's words, is there any crime in saying words?
There are certainly potentially crimes in spoken words.
All right. Now, I'm not talking about crimes being described in words. I'm speaking of, is it a crime to speak the words?
As a generality, no. Outside of,
Your Honor, that was the answer to the question. And
So it's non-responsive, is that what you're saying? Okay, I sustain this as non-responsive.
Have you ever sought to arrest anyone for speaking words? in a song?
No, ma'am.
When you talk about Young Slime Life and Young Stoner Life, did you or have there been any correlations between those two entities?
Well, to the extent that I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay. Does the Atlanta Police Department and you as a gang investigator consider Young Stoner Life to be the same as Young Slime Life?
Ask and answer.
I'll overrule the objection.
Through the course of our investigation, we did not view those two entities as being the same. No.
Next. Would you talk a little bit about gang colors as it relates to your expertise as a gang investigator?
Sure, and as mentioned, gangs often represent their gang through the use of specific colors, just as a visual identifier to represent that gang. Of course, all of these colors can be used in completely non-gang related and lawful ways, but gangs will particularly adopt the use of these colors, and oftentimes will use them in a particular way. So for example, gangs that associate with the Bloods will use the color red, as we've mentioned. They'll also often associate those colors with the right side of their body. This is a counter to the rival Crips, who often associate their colors and identifiers with the left side of their body. So we may see those colors used on the right side. The picture here, and just an illustration of wearing a bandana, a red bandana on the right side of the body. Here's another example of use of a bandana, maybe worn tied around the head, tied around the neck. I think we saw a picture earlier of using the bandana tied around belt loops. We often will see that tied on the right side of a belt loop. This also, as you can see, is an example of a gang tattoo with the letters YSL tattooed on the right side of the face.
And in the event that I did not ask this question already, in your opinion, Young Slime Life is a criminal street gang?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you go ahead and talk about gang colors as it relates to the image that is depicted on the screen?
Sure, and this is a picture of Mr. Stevenson, who went by Rudy and who is unfortunately deceased, and the use of the green bandana that we saw used with YSL.
Next one. And you can't use the clicker now, so I'm going to see if it works.
All right, and this photo, again, the use of the green bandanas, and also we're beginning to see hand signs in this picture. The YSL hand sign made this way.
Now, the YSL hand sign that you just held up, would you explain to the jury what, because I saw fingers, would you explain to the jury what it is that you're doing with your fingers?
Sure, so this would be the Y here, and then I guess these fingers form your S, and then this is the L.
And is that distinguishable from the classic peace sign?
It is.
Right. Now, go to the next slide. What about gang tattoos? Would you talk to us a little bit about that and YSL as you see it?
As I mentioned, we began seeing members of this group tattooing themselves with YSL. So this photograph was taken during arrest of Trontavia Stevens, and he has YSL tattooed on his body. And this was in addition to previous tattoos that we had seen and tattoos observed on this day, where he had Rock Crew Cleveland Avenue tattooed across his fingers. Here's another example of this tattoo. You can see on the right shoulder it says slime, and on the left shoulder it says life. And here another example of YSL being tattooed on the right side of the face.
Let's go a little bit more into hand signs. Would you go to the next slide? Would you talk to us about what we're looking at on the screen?
Sure, so this is an example of the YSL hand sign again, being thrown here.
And so, the person wearing red, is the person wearing red throwing the YSL hand sign, or is the person wearing white throwing the YSL hand sign?
Yes, I apologize. The person on the right wearing the red is throwing the YSL hand sign in this picture.
What are we looking at here?
This is another example of the YSL hand sign. This is I'm sorry.
Go ahead, what are we looking at?
This is an additional hand sign used by YSL members. It's to indicate wiping your nose, and they will draw the index finger across the lip underneath the nose in a fashion you can see here.
And are there any, go back. Are there any markings or tattoos that are related to YSL depicted in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am. Additionally, you can see the word SLAT tattooed across the index finger.
Next slide. Talk to us a little bit about gang clothing that you see in relation to YSL.
So here's some examples of some of the clothing we began to see YSL gang members produce and wear. This hoodie on the left has a definition of the word slime as seen on here, which says, I can't be trusted, or repulsive or despicable person, wipe your effing nose, is you slime enough? And on the right, you see a hat that says, Make America Slime Again.
What gang graffiti have you observed as it relates to the gang YSL?
So this is an example of what we've seen, where we'll see YSL and then SLAT, or some combination thereof, tattooed in various places around the Cleveland Avenue area.
You've talked about the activity that you've seen committed by members of YSL. Did that activity constitute criminal street gang activity, the activity that you described?
Yes, ma'am.
And has that activity been confined to the Cleveland Avenue area in Fulton County?
It is not.
Has a large part of that activity occurred in the Cleveland Avenue area in Fulton County?
I would say so, yes.
What is the significance of 30 Deep, the group 30 Deep, as it relates to YSL?
So 30 Deep existed prior to my time coming into the gang unit. They were believed to be founded in 2004. And as you recall, I came to the gang unit in 2009, and we immediately were tasked with investigating crimes committed by 30 Deep. They were based in the Mechanicsville neighborhood, which is in southwest Atlanta, and we've identified over 100 members or associates of 30 Deep.
What about 30 Deep allowed you to categorize it as a criminal street gang?
So looking at this from the perspective of our direction from our gang law, we see that 30 Deep has a common name, which is 30 Deep. They also had several, as we mentioned before, of these sets, of these sort of subsets or cliques within the gang. Some examples of that are DRC, which stood for The Robin Crew, YRC, which was Young Robin Crew, BRC, which stood for Baby Robin Crew. That group has now taken on the name KT, which stands for Cutthroat. We saw them using signs and symbols. They make a 3-0 hand sign, and that was actually pictured in the photo before, and we'll show you another picture of it in a minute, I believe. We see them tattoo certain identifiers on their body. They use the number 30, of course. They also use 272, 372, and 972. Now, this is a good way to benchmark when a game started because those numbers correspond with numbers on the telephone keypad. Now in the era of smartphones, we probably can't even say the last time we saw a telephone keypad, but at the time, this predated wide adoption of smartphones. So the number 272 corresponds with the letters BRC on a telephone keypad, 372 corresponds with DRC, and 972 corresponds with YRC. We'd also see them tattoo their neighborhood name, Mechanicsville, sometimes Zone 3, which is the patrol zone that they were in conjunction with these other identifiers. We would see graffiti and tagging of that number 30 deep, as well as other identifiers. And while 30 Deep started out as a non-traditional neighborhood-based gang, we did see over that time period that I mentioned earlier, 2009, 2010, 2011, that they began also taking on blood gang identifiers, wearing red bandanas and other gang-related clothing, also making custom clothing. They were often referred to as the Smash Gang because their staple crime was committing smash and grab burglaries of commercial stores.
And their identifiers, what types of identifiers did they utilize?
So the ones previously mentioned, and also began taking on other common blood gang identifiers.
Were there any associated gangs as they relate to 30D?
Yes, so we found they were associated with ROC, as mentioned, then YSL. They also had an association with the Goodfellas street gang.
How is that association reflected in what you observed or what you learned about or investigated during your time with gang?
What we saw was a cooperation between those two groups and their criminal activities such that the line was blurred between the two groups. They were regularly together, both associating with each other and committing crimes with each other.
As it relates to gang colors and what is depicted in this slide, what is it that you are able to tell the jury about 30D and its identifiers? So
what you can see here is the use of the red bandanas again, and we're beginning to see that use here in these pictures. And what you're also seeing is the 30 deep hand sign that everybody is throwing up in this picture.
And are you able to make that hand sign?
I can. So this is the 3 right here, and then the O in the middle for 30.
Next slide.
Here's another example of the hand sign. This is an example of that tattoo I mentioned earlier, tattooing 30, some part of their body, in this case on the face. Here's an example of the 372 for DRC. And here's an example of KT for cutthroat, tattooed on the throat. And this is an example of their gang tagging. You can see the 30 sort of in the middle on the left, also DRC in there with it. And there are a couple other sort of clicks from that area that are on here as well.
And going into the next slide.
Here's another one, a large 30 tattooed. And this is also going into that period where they're associating with the Bloods, and the person you see depicted here is throwing up a hand sign we'll discuss more, I believe, in a minute, which is the two guns hand sign associated with the sex, money, murder Bloods.
And you got into exactly what I was going to ask next. How are you able to tell that just this number 3 and 0 with face is associated with 30D?
Well, again, there are 2 ways that we do this. One is that we look at the content of it, and it's the number 30. There's also a 5 there, as you see in the middle, that 5 again relating to the blood gang. But this picture was taken in Mechanicsville, and the person depicted in this picture is a member of 30D.
And what are we looking at in the slide depicted here?
This is another picture of a gang tag, and in this case, this picture was actually a tag that was put on the side of the Atlanta Public Safety Headquarters building across the street from our city municipal court. So here we have 30 deep in Mechanicsville tag on the wall.
Now, what's the significance of the slide with the shirt depicted here and the lettering on the shirt?
So the initial message is obvious. It says 30 deep. And then again, excuse the language, it has the word bitch below. What you notice is something we mentioned earlier, which is the crossing out of the letter C, using the letter X in place of it as a disrespect to Crip gangs. The shirt itself is in red and white, the print on it is red. The wearer of the shirt has a red bandana tied around his head and is throwing that sex, money, murder gang hand sign. Here's some more gang clothing. So they have the 30 right here with the DRC, so 30 and the Robin crew. The picture on the right, YRC, DRC for life. In the picture on the left, you also see the wearer throwing a B hand sign that's associated with blood gangs.
And are you able to show the jury how that is made with your hands?
Yes, it's made like this.
And what about what we're looking at here?
So more gang clothing, the 972 KT4L, the 4L stands for life, so cutthroat for life. On the right, you see BRC with the 272 NKT and the gang moniker below that.
Next slide. As far as the criminal activity that 30 Deep was known to commit within Fulton County and other areas, could you talk about that?
Sure. 30 Deep was heavily involved in narcotics distribution and sales in the Mechanicsville community, but what they were most known for, I've mentioned already, which was smash and grab burglaries. They essentially pioneered the art of stealing a car, driving it through the front of the store, and then sending, 5, 6, 7, 8 people inside to run in and grab as much stuff as they could, run back out, and then sell those things on the street. And when I came to the gang unit in 2009, the Atlanta Police Department greatly expanded the gang unit to respond to that exact trend. And we were tasked with attempting to interdict those crimes and stop this rash of smash and grab burglaries. But members didn't just do property crimes. They were also involved in quite a number of shootings, several murders, a lot of aggravated assaults, a lot of stolen cars, high volume theft from autos, sometimes breaking into 20, 30, 40 cars at a time. So everything from property crime to violent crime.
You talked about sex, money, murder. Tell the jury the significance of sex, money, murder, and what exactly it is.
Sure. So Sex, Money, Murder is a traditional gang that was formed back in 1992 in the Soundview housing projects in the Bronx in New York. That gang was initially a drug trafficking organization, and it later was part of the original group that formed the UBN, or United Blood Nation, which was formed within the Rikers Island prison facility there. The formation date, October 31st, 1993. There's a second date that some people benchmark that, of July 16th of 1993. Both those dates are used in gang literature. Sex, Money, Murder joined the UBN on June 6th of 1996, while its founder was being held at Rikers Island.
And what were some of the identifiers that you have, through your training and experience, to be associated with sex, money, murder?
So the gang's name is Sex, Money, Murder. They may call it Murder Gang or some variation of that as well. They use common blood gang hand signs and symbols, including red bandanas, 5-point stars, which represent that number 5. The number 5 actually comes from the number of the 5 original UBN sets that formed the United Blood Nation. They say blat. We mentioned slat before. Blat means blood, love all the time. As a sort of counter to that, Crips will say clat, which stands for Crip love all the time. So there's all these different variations across different gangs. These guys say blat. They use the letter B heavily. They may use Boston Red Sox logos, Bentley logos, things like that have a capital letter B in them. They'll tattoo S&M on their persons, sometimes substituting the number 5 for the S to get that additional identifier in there. They'll use 5-point stars, and they'll often include red accents within their tattoos. They will tag all of these identifiers, including the gang's name, the number 5, blat, and they'll cross out tagging for rival gangs as well. They'll wear red bandanas and clothing to signify their association. And this is one of those traditional gangs that we talked about way back at the beginning of this morning, where they actually have books of knowledge that actually list out the rules and codes for the members of the gang.
Next slide. When we're talking about the United Blood Nation, what 5 groups does that consist of?
So the 5 original gangs that formed the UBN are Sex, Money, Murder, the 9 Trade Gangster Bloods, the 1-8 Trade Gangster Bloods, the G-Shine or Gangster Killer Bloods, and the Valentine Bloods.
And within Sex, Money, Murder, or within the United Blood Nation, was there a particular hierarchy or ranking?
There is. It starts at the top with the Godfather, the founder, which is Peter Rollick. Then in each state, there are 2 statewide leaders. One is called the High 020 who's a statewide leader with some national authority or influence, and the low O20, who's a statewide leader with statewide authority. I've kind of summarized the middle management piece of this because they have a bit of a complex middle management rank structure. Essentially what they do is they divide areas by groups and give leadership chains to certain geographical areas. It was a little much to put on one slide. And then below that, they have the members of the gang, the foot soldiers they're sometimes called.
And have there been high O20s and low O20s identified in the state of Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with the names of some of those?
The high O20 for Georgia is Kyle Ory, who's currently being housed in the Department of Corrections.
And what does Kyle Ory, does he have a nickname?
He does.
What is it?
Nasty New.
And as we go to the next slide, talk a little bit about the rules and codes as it relates to sex, money, murder.
Sure. This is a sample of some of the rules and codes that they use. The gang itself has 31 codes that members are expected to follow that are listed out in that book of knowledge. They will sometimes use the phrase Peter roll, and that means to kill someone. So it refers to murdering somebody if you Peter roll somebody. That Peter is a reference to that founder, Peter Rollick. They refer to the gang and its members as Blazing Billies. They use the phrase rollacking, sort of a general term for just the gang's activities. As you can see, sometimes when they write it out, they'll cross out that C in rollacking. They use that expression, blood love, all the time, or blat. One example of many codes that they use is buck 50. In the prison system, that's a phrase used to refer to slashing somebody's face with a razor and causing them to have 150 stitches. That's the idea behind that. And then they'll use things like 311, the numbers 311. These refer to, these numbers reference back to the alphabet. So C is the third letter of the alphabet, K is the 11th letter of the alphabet, so they'll use 311 to mean crypt killer.
Now, you spoke about a book of knowledge. The next slide. What is the next slide? What are we looking at?
So these are examples, pictures from a book of knowledge that was recovered by the Department of Corrections.
And generally, where are these types of documents found? Are they published and sold online or what?
They're not. Typically, they're found with members, and so a prospective new member will be given a copy of this, or they'll be expected to copy it from somebody else's copy of it, and then learn these rules and codes and be able to recite these things on command. So that's part of their initiation process, is learning the history and learning the oath and learning the codes for the gang. So members will also often be found in possession of this. We still find written versions like this. Oftentimes nowadays in the modern age, we'll find these in a digital version on a phone or on social media, things like that.
And looking at the next slide, is this more of an example?
It is, and this is that list of those 31 rules for within the gang. And these are rules that govern the way that members are to conduct themselves and things they're responsible for doing and not doing within the context of the gang. You'll notice a couple things we talked about are actually here in the rules. Number 20 is that they're expected to always capitalize the letter B, slash the letter C. They also will sometimes use a money sign in replace of the letter S. And other things like 18 where it says that they're not allowed to snitch, and obviously many other rules they follow.
And when you said 18, number 18, they're not allowed to snitch, it says no 999. What's the significance of that?
In their gang lingo, 999 means snitching, so they say no 999 or no snitching.
Okay. You talked about the founder of Sex, Money, Murder. Looking at the next slide, who is that we're looking at?
This is Mr. Rollick.
And is Mr. Rollick still alive and well today?
He's still alive, yes ma'am.
And is Mr. Rollick known for doing anything? In particular, is he notorious for doing anything?
He,
Your Honor.
Basis, sir. Yeah, I'm gonna stand objection.
Your Honor, are we allowed to refer to where Mr. Rollick currently is?
Yes.
Okay.
You can ask about it.
Where,
Hold on, is there something, you said something, Mr.? Yeah, I'll sustain the objection.
does Mr. Raleigh currently still have any significance within the gang itself?
Mr. Rollick is still considered to be the founder and leader of the gang, although he's not, I don't believe he's currently in operational control of the gang.
And as we go to the next slide, would you tell the jury what it is that is significant about that?
So this is an example of those gang colors that we talked about before, and the use of a red bandana, oftentimes seen in the back right pocket.
As we look at the next slide, what are we looking at?
So this is a gang hand sign that they use, and this is their two guns hand sign. We mentioned it and saw some examples earlier, but as you can see, they'll make their fingers into the shape of a gun, and will often hold it sort of the traditional way is in front of the chest like this. They may now hold them separate or even just do one of those, but the two guns is their kind of primary hand sign.
Looking at the next slide, what are we looking at?
A large tattoo, as you can see, it says sex, money, murder, with some bandana print sort of elements to it as well. And there's also at the top, there's a 5-point star with a capital B in the middle with SMM below it.
And moving forward to the next.
Here's a large SMM tattoo.
And what's that underneath it?
It looks like a person holding a smoking gun.
And going forward to gang tagging that has been observed.
Yeah, so this is a picture actually from Mount Zion Road at I-75 several years ago, sex, money, murder tag. You see some stylization in the tag itself, but it clearly says sex, money, and the SMM for sex, money, murder.
We talked earlier about two different entities, Young Stoner Life and Young Swine Life. In gang culture, is it unusual to find legitimate organizations or legitimate businesses associated with criminal street gangs?
Well, we've certainly seen it's not a new thing for criminal organizations to get into in quasi-legitimate businesses, although typically criminal organizations don't get into purely legitimate businesses. Those are used as sometimes front companies, sometimes avenues to launder money or to otherwise mask criminal behavior.
What types of organizations have you seen that have used that type of structure?
I think
Give some examples of some.
sort of the classic example is the mafia crime families that were in waste management and have been in gambling and things like that as avenues for money laundering and avenues to get income through contract, paying off people to get contracts and things of that nature. So these are kind of just old kind of classic examples of that.
I want to talk to you a little bit about Fulton County, Zone 3, the Cleveland Avenue area. How much interaction have you had with Zone 3 and the Cleveland Avenue area and members of those communities?
Quite a lot over the years.
And in terms of economic opportunities and poverty or wealth, does the absence of an abundance of wealth necessarily correlate with participation in criminal street gang activity?
I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure I understood the question.
All right. Out of the area, Cleveland Avenue, Jonesboro South, are the majority of young people in those areas that may not be wealthy, are they going and joining criminal street gangs?
Objection, speculation.
I'll sustain it as to form. You can rephrase if you like it. If you like to.
Is it always the case that when young people in those communities, the vast majority of the ones that you have interacted with in those communities, are they availing themselves of the opportunity to go and get involved with criminal street gangs?
Foundation.
I'll sustain it. You can lay a little more.
Have you had an opportunity to interact with young people from those areas?
I have
How many young people?
hundreds over the years,
What ages?
all ages.
And under what circumstances?
Under a variety of circumstances, certainly in our investigations of criminal activity out there, but also just patrolling the area. I've had the opportunity to respond to crimes out there. I've interviewed victims of crimes. I've interviewed moms. I've had certainly many conversations with citizens who live in the area and deal with crime issues in the area.
Of those young people that you dealt with, have the majority of them been involved in a criminal street gang?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Basis.
Also confrontation.
Okay, I'm gonna overrule your objection. Confrontation, I'll overrule that as well.
You can answer that. What did you say?
No, not at all.
So, based on your expertise as a gang investigator, does the lack of wealth necessarily mean one is going to?
Leading.
I sustain the question, Mr. Forum.
Hypothetically, if there is a young person or group of young people in the Cleveland Avenue community who have to share clothes or something like that, based on your experiences in the Cleveland Avenue community and your investigations as a gang investigator,
This is outside his expertise.
Overrule the objection. Overrule the objection, Mr. Sharp.
based on your experiences, your training, and your background, do those factors necessarily mean that a child is going to get involved in criminal street gangs?
So what we would say is that these areas are high-risk areas. The youth that grow up in high crime, high poverty areas are at higher risk for joining street gangs, although they join street gangs in a very small percentage. The vast majority of children who grow up in these neighborhoods do not join street gangs.
Just one moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I don't have further questions on direct, but based on whether or not there is cross-examination, I would like to reserve the right to recall the take
All right. Before we begin cross, ladies and gentlemen, how are we doing? We need to take a break. Can we take one? About 10 minutes? All right, okay. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll resume with Detective Belknap. All right, all rise. All right, our jury has left us. We'll be in recess 10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Chris, you ready?
Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if I could just grab your attention right quick so we can go ahead and get started. Before we go ahead and summon our jurors, I just wanted to pose an inquiry to our members of the media here. Due to some security issues not attributable to anybody in this courtroom or the parties, and the fact that we have had an inadvertent recording of some of our jurors on the front row, would it be appropriate or okay if you all would not continue to film Detective Belknap? You're welcome to go ahead and do the audio, but is that something that you all would be willing to do, please? Everyone okay with that? Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and call for our jurors at this point in time, and let's summon Detective Belknap, please. All right, summon our jurors, please, sir.
All right, for the jurors. Hurry up. Get it off.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
All right, Judge, President Council.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Okay, Ms. Love, is there any further examination you'd like to make of our witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, you can go ahead and resume.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Belknap, when I asked you earlier regarding have you investigated people for words and you paused? Would you explain why it was that you paused?
I'm sorry, excuse me, I can't hear the question through the microphone.
It's on.
It's on. Why don't you, well, you could relocate a little further up if you want, Mr. Harvey. Okay, all right. Repeat the, do you know what the question was now? Ms. Weaver, can you repeat back the last question, please?
Detective Belknap, what I asked you earlier regarding have you arrested people for words and you paused? Could you explain why it was that you paused? Well, let me read that again. Detective Belknap, when I asked you earlier regarding have you investigated people for words and you paused, would you explain why it was that you paused?
Detective Belknap, when I asked you earlier regarding have you investigated people for words and you paused, would you explain why it was that you paused?
I always try to be as fair and
Objection calls.
I'll sustain the question. Or sustain the answer, I should say.
Can I?
You can rephrase, ma'am.
Okay. Asking the question about investigating people for words, without getting into your fairness, would you explain to the jury why it was that you paused?
some of our investigations involve words that may arise to the level of terroristic threats. So we certainly do sometimes investigate crimes that are committed only with words.
All right. And so if I'm not talking about someone making a direct threat to another individual in person, if I'm instead talking about an individual's song that is released over the radio, have you or do you know whether it is the practice of your agency to go out and investigate or arrest artists based on the lyrics that they have written in a song?
Objection for the jury to determine.
I'll overrule the objection, sir.
Objection, lead.
Overruled.
No, it's absolutely not our practice.
And is there anything that you deem criminal with respect to singing or releasing any particular song?
As a generality, no, ma'am.
And to the extent that you come upon or are even considering things like lyrics in an investigation, would you explain how or of what relevance something like that would be to something like a gang investigation?
Your Honor, the conduct of law enforcement is not relevant to the issue that the jury is sworn to do. That's for the jury to determine.
I'll sustain the questions to form once you rephrase.
Sure. If lyrics are not criminal, if it's not a crime to release a song saying whatever you want to say, is there ever any evidentiary value to be found in things like a song?
Your Honor, this goes to the state of mind of somebody. This is not the jury. They make a decision on a basis.
It is not, Your Honor, and I can respond with the court's permission.
Why don't y'all come on up? Mic check time.
things that may be of a racial setting that appear exposed. The person being one person. Sort of like the environment.
Yes, she
Didn't say anything.
Well, I was. So, my son, this was not. Can you guys hear me? I do. Yeah. I can hear that. You try your best. This one, this is the last one. Okay.
It's only turned down the headphones, but it's only down too high.
All right, I've sustained Mr. Steele's objection, overruled Ms. Westmoreland's objection. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Belknap, as an expert in the area of criminal street gang investigations, can you tell the jury where it is that you look to find evidence of whether or not a particular act is criminal gang activity?
Objection, that's intent.
I'll overrule the objection.
Could you repeat the question for me?
Yes. As an expert in the field of criminal street gang investigations, would you tell the jury some of the sources of information that you obtained to determine whether or not activity is rightly deemed criminal gang activity?
So as I mentioned much earlier now, some of the core things we're looking for in a particular crime are going to be evidence of the motive for the crime itself, evidence of any group affiliations of the people involved, either as a perpetrator or a victim, the display potentially of gang identifiers and things of that nature.
I'm going to object. This has already been asked and answered.
Overrule the objection.
During the crime itself. And to find those types of evidence, we may do a number of things. That may include interviews with victims and witnesses. It may include, as mentioned before, some of our techniques like listening to jail calls, could be wiretap investigations. It also frequently is social media, particularly more in the current time. Social media is certainly a source for that. And we often find now as gangs move into other areas, we may find that in music or in lyrics at times as well.
When you talk about social media, in terms of investigations into gang activity, how significant is the role of social media?
At this time, it's very significant. Gang members, like the rest of us, spend quite a bit of time on social media, and so it can be very, very important to our investigations.
And in your experience, how have gang members traditionally used social media to elevate their status or to represent their gang?
Social media is today's public square, and where gang members have for years posted up on a corner or in a neighborhood to be out and be visible and be seen. Now they, like the rest of us, can be seen 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on social media, and so it's become a platform for criminal street gangs and other criminal groups and other criminals to leverage to promote themselves, to promote their gang, including posting pictures of themselves with other gang members, wearing gang identifiers, with either pictures or captions referencing the gang and their association with it. We see gang members even post threats to other gang members. We see them post taunts to other gangs after they commit crimes. We see them flaunting sometimes the proceeds of their crimes. All aspects of this show up on social media, whether wise or not.
And when those type of things are seen in social media, is it your practice to look into them further and to determine whether or not any of that information leads to any viable leads?
It is.
Is social media used by gang members to silence other people as well as to represent their gang?
Basis. I'll sustain as to form.
You spoke earlier of witness intimidation as it relates to criminal street gangs. Is there any role of social media in witness intimidation that you see during your investigations?
There is.
Would you explain that to the jury?
One way that we've mentioned is the publishing of information on social media to out someone who may be testifying as a victim or a witness in a gang-related criminal trial or proceeding of some kind.
Mr. Steele, you have an objection?
Yes, we have obtained hearsay and best evidence rule. At this point, we're going to be talking about, I have no idea.
Now, I'm assistant. I'm going to overrule the objection.
Thank you. You may continue with the jury, please.
So in addition to that, gang members will often post overt threats on behalf of other members of their gang, which is going into part of the strength of the group and the threat of the group. When we're doing gang investigations, it's not just the one person or the group of people maybe that are in that particular case. The power of the gang and its fear in the community is that there's a large number of them, and even if a few are locked up, the ones that remain are still out there on the street to pose a threat to victims or witnesses, and that often happens through social media.
And do music lyrics ever become a part of your investigation into gang cases?
They do.
Would you explain to the jury how?
Gangs have been involved with music for decades now. This is not a new thing. It has reached new levels, though, over the past 10 or so years that I've been investigating gangs, where before we didn't see the kind of overt gang references in music to the extent that we do now. It's a much greater extent. And we see gangs much more directly referencing themselves and their rivals, and even sometimes specific people from other gangs in activities that are actually going on in the street that current time. We even today have some of our gangs that will go into the studio tonight and make a song about a shooting they did this afternoon, and they'll turn them around very quickly and very explicitly and very directly related to the crimes they're committing.
And as a gang investigator, what role do you see that type of activity playing in the promotion of the gang itself?
State of mind, Your Honor. 704.
We're not asking about anyone's.
Yeah, I'll overrule the objection.
You may answer that.
Would you mind repeating the question?
Sure. What role, as a gang investigator, do you see that type of activity that you just described? You said that a gang member may well go into a studio tonight and make a song about a shooting that the gang member did just this morning. What role in promoting the gang itself does that kind of activity play, if any at all?
Music is certainly a part of most of our lives, if not all, and it's a medium that can have a farther reach and certainly be entertaining, but can also attract a lot of attention and give a platform that's large, especially if someone is talented and becomes popular. So composing music and expressing that pursuit of money, power, and respect through the music can be a way for the gang to talk about what they're doing, to again keep pushing that wall of what they call respect, what we would call fear, out into the public and establish who they are, what they do, and what's going to happen to people if they go against them.
If I say to you the term studio gangsters, what, as a gang investigator, would that mean to you?
Foundation.
I'll overrule the objection.
Go ahead.
So the term studio gangster has also been around for quite a while, and that refers to someone who may go into the studio and talk tough and talk like they're violent and talk like they're into doing crime and they're dangerous, but they may actually not be in real life. They're just taking on that persona in the music studio for the purpose of their music.
Do you, as a gang investigator, have you had occasion to see actual criminal street gangs either embrace or reject the notion of being a studio gangster?
There's no foundation. This is
I'm going to overrule the objection, sir.
I have.
Would you give the jury some examples of what you mean?
So that allegation is a very significant slur to a gang member who actually is within a criminal street gang and has this reputation as being a dangerous or a potentially violent person, and has that respect within the community. So to say that somebody's a studio gangster would be a huge sign of disrespect. And what we've seen with our gangs over quite a bit of time is that they'll push back against that notion that they're studio gangsters and actively refute the idea that they're studio gangsters. And in fact, we have some gang members who are rappers will say, "I'm not a rapper," saying, I'm a gangster who raps, I'm not a rapper, taking on the persona primarily of being a gang member who just raps additionally to that.
And are there any overt signs of that type of pushing back that you've observed within the city of Atlanta or Fulton County as it relates to any particular gangs, not necessarily the ones that you've mentioned today?
Yeah, I'd say one example of that is a tag we saw in the Pittsburgh community some time ago, and it was a tag for the gang BMF, a large mural on the wall, and it says BMF, but behind that it says no ENT. We had this practice for a while. You saw some of that today in the demonstrative, where some of our gangs 10, 11, 12 years ago, when getting attention from law enforcement, would stop calling themselves a gang and start calling themselves an entertainment label or a record label instead, in an effort to mask their activities. But in this particular tag, BMF put this tag up and then it says no ENT, basically saying there's no entertainment at the end of this, we're just BMF.
And in your time and experience as a gang investigator, you mentioned earlier efforts that you made to curtail interest in criminal street gangs. Would you please tell the jury some of the ways that you have interacted with the community in order to simply curtail criminal street gang activity as opposed to locking up criminal street gang members?
Confrontation clause and hearsay.
Judge, I'm not certain what the confrontation part is. I'm asking him specifically some of the ways that he specifically has sought to curtail activity.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
You may answer.
One of the things I mentioned earlier that I've done since I've been a police officer is talk to people. Particularly, I like to talk to young people. I like talking to teenagers, especially when I run across them when they seem to be on that line or on that path, maybe to go the wrong direction. I always try to take the effort to encourage the folks that I see in that place to go the right direction, and I go so far as often to give them my business card with my cell phone number on it and tell them, hey, if there's ever anything I can do to help you do the right thing, you call me. Not that I can do everything for you, I'm not here to save you or anything like that, but sometimes what you need is a little help, and if there's something I can do.
Your Honor, he's not bolstering his testimony.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
Your Honor,
Now that I might sustain.
Your Honor, as it goes to Detective Belknap's experience as a gang investigator and his expertise, I believe that Lynn's insight into his credibility for the jury.
That would be objection.
Okay,
So, can we move on from that?
we shall. Detective Belknap, I'm going to show you a blow-up of one of the maps that you included in your presentation that the jury has seen, and we're about to wrap this up. It is labeled 1 lowercase bravo. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize this area that is depicted on this
I do.
board. All right? Is this a fair and accurate blow-up of the area that you included in your PowerPoint presentation that you showed to the jury?
It is.
All right? Ms. Hilton, may I gain your assistance? Hang on, that's right. And what, without showing it to the jury, what area is depicted in State's Exhibit 1 lowercase bravo?
It's part of the area around the Cleveland Avenue community.
Your Honor, the state tenders 1 bravo as evidence.
Or is it a demonstrative aid?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Sir, will this aid you in giving your testimony in front of the jury?
I'm sorry, sir.
Will this aid you in giving your testimony in front of the jury?
Yes.
Has it been changed or altered in any way from the presentation you gave earlier?
No, Your Honor.
Any objection, counsels, as to 1 bravo, 1B?
Not on the exhibit list that we provided this morning, so late last night.
Any further objection? Okay, I'll admit 1 Bravo for demonstrative purposes only.
Detective Bellman, I'm going to send Ms. Hilton over, Vanna White, to you with 2 markers and ask you to identify to the jury the area that you described Rock Crew as occupying with the red marker in your hand.
So I'll say, Ms. Love, not all of the area is on this particular map.
Draw an arrow towards where or how far out we need to go in terms of if it extends to the right, then place an arrow to the right.
Any councils are welcome to get up and relocate themselves to look at the demonstrative 1 Bravo, okay? If you choose to do so.
And you can stand up and explain to the jury the area that you're identifying on the exhibit as well.
Okay, you want me to draw on the map?
I absolutely will.
Okay.
And you put your name in the top right corner.
Okay. I would say the territory is going to go further south in this direction.
What direction are you referring to, sir? North, south, east, west, southeast?
South, Your Honor.
He's pointing down to the bottom of the
You said south. You said south?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then we've had activity also going up a little bit further to the west as well. As far as territory, but I would say that covers, I would say that covers it.
And so the entirety of this area depicted is area that Rock Crew operated within.
Judge, to inform the question, it's not a question, that's a statement.
I'll ask it.
You mean you object this to form, Mr. Harvey?
Yes.
Okay, I'll sustain that. You can rephrase.
Is the area that is depicted, all of the area here, areas that Rock Crew operated within? Inclusive of the areas where you drew the arrows?
It is, with the exception that I would say this area on the northeast corner of the map of Lakewood would be outside of the bounds of where we saw their activity.
Would you take your red marker and just delineate? So if it's just exclusive of that upper right, then draw a line separating it out, like you're cutting a piece of cake out.
And the only exception to that would be potentially the school right here,
That school is,
being Kit Vision Primary School. I don't recall specifically Kit Vision Primary School having activity. I don't want to exclude it unnecessarily. I would say that's pretty accurate.
and so would you write ROC over the side of the map that is intended to convey the area that Rock Crew operated within?
Okay.
Now with your green marker, would you please indicate on that same map the area that YSL operated within?
I would say that it would be the same area.
Okay. Would you please use the green marker to indicate if the area needs to be expanded out any further like you did with the red marker for Rock Crew?
Yes, and the answer. Leading.
I'll sustain the objections. You can rephrase, madam.
Is there any area that is not shown on the map that YSL predominantly operated within?
There is.
Would you indicate with the green marker the directional of those particular areas?
I will.
Thank you. And would you write YSL over the side of the map that you are intending to indicate covers the area that YSL predominantly operated within?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all that I have. Would you please publish that to the jury? And just walk in front so that I'm going to work for real. Thank you. And to be clear, one more question. Would you just give the boundaries of that area that is described? Stand up and give the boundaries that we're talking about for the jury.
What's not pictured to the west is where I-85 starts to come south. So it'd be roughly bounded by I-85 to the west, and Metropolitan Parkway. Then to the north, Ms. Love, I'm going to actually have to get the marker back out and carve out just a little bit more of this.
You have that?
I would say for predominant activity, I would also block off the Polar Rock area.
The what area?
Polar Rock. And to be clear, there may be some activity spilling outside the bounds of these boundaries, but as far as the predominance of activity, that's what I understand the question to be.
It is the question.
Okay.
And so you're indicating with the red marker, so is this for rock crew?
This is for rock crew, and I'm going to do the same thing for YSL.
Okay.
So the boundaries to the north would, it looks like essentially follows along this south river water boundary that you can see on the map. And I would say predominantly south of there, over to the area of Jonesboro Road here to the southeast. As I said, Metropolitan Parkway, maybe I-85 to the southwest. And to the south, Mount Zion Road is not pictured here lower in the map, and that area would be included as well.
Is that rock crew or YSL?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all.
Any cross-examination of Detective Belknap at this point in time, counsels? Mr. Matthews? Ms. Hingerty? Misty Williams? Mr. Harvey? Mr. Sharp? All right, Mr. Steele?
I'll do the same, Your Honor, since he's coming back. As the state said, I'm going to cross him with one-time test.
All right. Did I miss anybody? Okay, all right. I guess we'll temporarily excuse Detective Belknap at this point in time, madam?
That would be fine, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
You will have the right, you're granting the state's request to reserve the right to recall Detective Belknap.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. And the defense, if they choose to do so, may cross-examine him at that point in time. They're just going to defer that until such time. Detective Belknap, I'm going to go ahead and temporarily excuse you as a witness. Just stay in touch with the state, and you'll be subject to you'll be recalled at some point in time. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the parties in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm going to release you at this point in time, okay?
Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the hour is about 5:35, so I think it's a natural stopping point for us today. What do you think? Okay, all right. Fun meter peg for the day? All right, okay. We'll go ahead and recess you for the evening and ask that you come back tomorrow. If I could ask you to come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock, to be here by that time for an anticipated 9:30 start time, okay? And then we'll have a pretty much full, we'll probably work till early to mid-afternoon, and then we'll conclude. As I mentioned to you earlier, Friday will be an administrative day for you all because I have some other ancillary business to take up as the chief judge, so we won't be having court this coming Friday. We will otherwise reconvene on Monday, December the 4th. At 9 o'clock. So that's our next couple of days. And as I mentioned to you earlier, we're going to work ladies and gentlemen, the 4th will be a full day. The 5th will be a full day. The 6th, that's a Wednesday, that will be a full day. The 7th, we may go for a few hours, and the 8th, we will go. The 8th is a Friday. That should be a regular day. The week of the 11th, and looking at our schedule, I haven't said anything yet, Mr. Harvey. I haven't said anything yet.
Sorry.
All right. I'm going to move you up front. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. And then we may work a portion of the 15th. So I'll give you kind of those days as we kind of go along to kind of just prepare you. So I respectfully ask that you not make any appointments until such time as that will conflict with the court schedule. Okay. I'm going to try and give you our schedule a little bit out in advance so you can make appropriate plans. I can tell you with reasonable certainty that the week of the 16th of December through the end of the year, you will be down, okay? And that's to give you all an opportunity to prepare for the holidays and for the rest of us to do the same. So if you want to go ahead and start to kind of think about the week of that particular week, and that would be the week of 16th of December, you can start to kind of plug your schedule in, because I don't think we'll be looking for you that week, nor the week after, nor the week that involves Christmas, okay? So, and then we'll reconvene probably on the 2nd. So that's kind of roughly the schedule that we'll have through the first of the year. So that's, and I'll try and, like I said, update you accordingly or give you the day-to-day breakdown. But if you have any things that you're looking to kind of schedule, attend to or whatever, the week of starting the 15th would probably be the best week for you to do that, okay? All right. What are your ministerial inquiries of me, ladies and gentlemen? Say again? No, I've got you all trained, but that's not even the question I asked you, okay? No, a ministerial inquiry is a question. Okay, you're confusing that with my ad nauseum admonitions. I've got you all kind of just, tethered up about that. But what is your question for me, madam?
My question is, the week of, I think you said 15th?
Yes, ma'am.
Could we return to work or everything?
That's up to you. I don't think your boss is listening right now anyway, but I will leave that within you all's wise discretion. This is an administrative day, so administrative days, I mean, you're technically subject to being called back, but I'm telling you that I'm going to give you those days because you all need to prepare for the holidays, and we're asking a lot of you. So, you need to take those days as you see fit. Okay? But technically, no, you're still on jury service. We're just not. You sell that like you mean it, okay? All right, okay. Does anybody else have another question of me at this point? If you do, ladies and gentlemen, there's no harm in asking any question at all, right? But, okay, so if you don't have any questions, but just a recap, I will go ahead and, tomorrow we'll have our day. Friday will be an administrative day for you, and then we'll start back with the week of the 4th, and I'll give you the day-to-day breakdown as to whether or not we'll be working a full day, half day, or an augmented schedule. But I'll keep you firmly in mind and tell you exactly where we're going each day. Okay? All right.
I do have a question.
I always knew there's somebody. What's your question, madam?
Will I be excused for the 5th?
Of what? The 5th of this?
December.
No. No. Yes. I can't. Hold on. What's on?